Ladies and gentlemen, Damen und Herren, Madame et Messieurs, Signoras et Signores, Panie I Panowie. After the first day of the competition, now we have only 9 players remaining in the Classic Tetris Poland Championship for NTSC version, which is also the CTWC Poland Qualifier 2021. Live event in Quest Pub in Kraków will slowly reach their peak. Right now some players are still warming up, so let's have a small discussion about the upcoming matches. Well, all of the matches will be best of 5, so whoever gets the 3 hearts wins and advances further. The matches will be played on at least level 15. And while the Run Zero match will be played on level 15 all the way, starting quarterfinals, first the higher seed, then the lower seed, will have an option to choose between level 15 and level 18. Let's hope that we will see at least a couple of transitions today. Maybe even a kill screen or something even greater. But well, my name is Chris Forrest and this definitely not a night. I will be your guide to the world of classic Tetris competition. And well, I have a weird feeling that our first competitors are slowly getting ready. Whoops. Looks like we need a switch. Nie ma tej opcji. So the first match will be between Dobry Człowiek and Owca. Still a small moment for the players to warm up, and once both of them will be ready, we will start the countdown and we will see how far they will go. Who will win? Who will earn that 3 hearts and a place in the semifinals? Will we see a transition? Will we see a kill screen? Will it be a sweep, or maybe we will be able to see a decider? It will be known in just a moment. Of course, remember to follow Classic Tetris World Championship on Twitter. Like us on Facebook, both the international fan page, and the national one, the CTWC Poland. You can see links down below. Of course, also a huge shout out to Microsoft, creators of the Xbox Series X and Series S. A huge thank you for supporting Classic Tetris World Championship all around the world. Okay, are the players ready? Okay. Owca, despite the look, says she's ready. About Dobry, I am not so sure. But on the camera it kinda looks like he's doing the blind Tetris, trying to train his mind. Okay, looks like both players are ready. So because both players are ready, let's start the countdown and the first match of day 2 of Classic Tetris Poland Championship. Are you ready? Moment. 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Let's go.
So Dobry and Owca started on level 15. Looks like Dobry. Both players decided to do some pushdowns on the way. The question is how well they were. There is still quite a lot of stacking here, but there is no option. And ouch! Owca taps out at 49 points, having an initial getting an initial drought in situation and getting a line in the wrong a little bit too late. So Dobry takes the first card. Let me see those Fs on chat. Okay, małe żółte krety sense F, KitKat sense F, Giko sense F, Match Release sense F. So there is 1, 2, 3, at least 7, 8 supporters for Owca. Okay, are you ready for game number 2? Gotowy? 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Wow, this actually looks like this time we had a very interesting situation on the beginning because 3 first blocks looked exactly the same. Both Dobry and Ofta are ready, but waiting for those lines. Ofta decides to burn a triple. Dobry for now keeps a little bit higher, hoping for a... That is, but the first effort to Ofta and whoop! Tetris for Ofta! Ofta with 24,000 points currently leading. Dobry with a huge stack, but a little bit more burns. Whoop! Tetris for Dobry. Ofta is ready. Dobry is again building. 28 for Dobry, 24 for Ofta. Now this time Ofta keeps the game rather low. It's Dobry who is leading by 1 Tetris currently. In a little bit more preparation here. Dobry with a little bit wider well for now, but he is ready. Ofta needs to do some additional cleanups here. So that may take the chance for quick scoring, but that also gives the opportunity to Dobry Człowiek. But Ofta, ow! Ofta went too risky, panicked, and tapped out at 49,000 points. That means Dobry gets a second heart. But we still know Ofta as a good regional player. It's just the situation. It's just the maybe situation with frame delays or similar, which may have an impact. Let's remember, last time the NTSC tournament live in Poland was basically never. So a little bit of adjustment can be. Okay, are you ready for game 3? Three, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, so there is a game 3. If Ofta wants to continue her way in the tournament, she needs to win this round. Dobry is already prepared for the long bar, and the long one is going on, cracking the stack. Whoop, that is for Dobry. But also, whoop, Tetris for Ofta. Ofta is 9,000 points. Dobry currently leading by about 100 pushdowns. But now looks like it's Ofta who has a little bit better Tetris ratio. Dobry decides to keep it safe. Whoop, Tetris for Ofta. Could it be the... Okay, Ofta can deal with a double dependency. Dobry maintains his low stack, keeps its low profile, but it's Ofta who is leading. Ofta this time takes a double, but with a double dependency, it may be a problematic for her to go further. But right now, Ofta goes for the cleanups, keeps nice, takes another double, while whoop, Tetris for Dobry. Dobry currently leading by 1 Tetris. Yes, this is the NTSC, as you can see on the screen. Now Dobry makes himself a 2 line dependencies while Ofta is cleaning. So that may be a kind of strategy in case of Dobry Człowiek, but that strategy may quickly turn out to be a false one if the long bar won't arrive in time. Dobry misdrops, looks like he misdrops a line. He strategy puts a line in soft spot, but looks like he will tap out at 91,000 points. Ofta is chasing, and Ofta needs 20,000 points more. And well, Ofta stays alive. So there goes a heart for Ofta. And we will be starting. Are you ready for round 4? Ah! Number of Owca supporters suddenly goes up. So time for round 4. 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, so we have now in the game 4. Dobry with going some pushdown strategies. Owca also pushed down a couple of points. But Owca this time decides to use an ouch that L misdrop may hurt on the long run, but let's see what if Owca will find out a good strategy. It looks like whoop, Tetris for Owca, triple for Dobry. Owca is leading in this game, which definitely will put some pressure on Dobry Człowiek. And we aren't sure if his experience in Classic Tetris League will do something in this match, because still both Dobry and Owca suddenly ended up in the mid line. If we mid-stack need to clean up. Yeah, the whoop, that is for Dobry. Dobry with 35,000 points after 26. Yeah, there are finally some whoops on the screen. Owca is in the meantime still king. Owca is dirty ready. So where's the line? The whole chat is waiting for the line for Owca. Owca is now and whoop, a dirty Tetris for Owca. With Owca is currently leading 50,000 points. Dobry 44 needs to prepare, but he gets a Tetris as well. So the situation looks pretty close. Less than a half a Tetris difference between those competitors. Owca with 56, Dobry with 69. Nice! And Dobry with a very nice stack on the level. And gets another Tetris. Dobry currently leading by 2 Tetrises with 91,000 points. Owca with 60,000 points. Does something else. Looks like Owca decides to get a little bit more preparation to slowly ongoing opportunity to score some Tetrises. Some additional setups. Owca is ready on the left well, on the aforementioned southpaw. She's waiting for her, and there is a line. Whoop! Tetris for Owca. In the meantime, Dobry with 130 still keeps the 2 Tetris difference between him and his opponent. Owca back on the building board, but Dobry with 149 preparing for another Tetris, but looks like okay, Dobry is ready and he is waiting. But where is the line? Will he get the line? We don't know. Looks like he decides to resort to some burning on his side. But now Owca is ready and her stack is getting a little bit higher. And there is a line. Whoop! Tetris for Owca. Owca with 113. Dobry still leading by 2 though. And whoop! Another Tetris for Owca. Whoop! Quick counter by Dobry Człowiek. So the distance stays at 2 Tetrises between them, and looks like Owca is a couple of lines behind, so she in theory may have one more Tetris. She might get one more Tetris before the transition. Dobry with 76 lines, Owca with 69 lines. Nice. Dobry crossed the 200,000 by. Okay, Owca with 156. Currently losing by 3.5 Tetris. Dobry building. Owca is ready. Whoop! Tetris for Owca. Whoop! Quick counter Tetris for Dobry Człowiek. Dobry Człowiek with 243 and increasing his score. Owca in data with 176. Having her well is only a double ready. Though, so she will need to think, but now she's dirty ready, so we may see some nice action whenever long bar will come. Dobry data with 282 and 2 lines to transition. Looks like Dobry is aiming for 300k. Obviously to take and Dobry with 282 leading by 5. Okay, Dobry transitioned and he has currently 304. Ofta in the meantime has 4 lines to transition. Will she decide to... Okay, looks like Ofta is going for the column 7 well. And that may sound like she is aiming for a transition Tetris, but she... No, looks like it won't appear. Transition with 193. Dobry increased the distance. The speed increased on Ofta's speed, and Ofta tries her best tries to use the Yanis strats to figure out the speed, but unfortunately she missed and taps out at 193. Dobry with 374 is the last person who will be in the top 8.
At least I'm not the retarded. I'm not the retarded comrade.
So now we have a teeny tiny break to prepare the setups for the quarterfinals. And after that, we start the whole final 8 phase. See you in about 5 minutes.
Hello guys! Welcome back to CTWC Poland Championship in NTSC 2021. I'm glad to see you all, and soon we will know the first semi-finalist of that beautiful cup. Ćwiekosław, who's a surprise seed 2 after the clutch last game, 700 over 700 and a PB at the same time, is gonna face Chris Forrest, who defeated Szymon in the first round. The game is gonna be played in a format of best of 5. And the first level choice is gonna be for the higher seed. So, let the players warm up a little bit and enjoy the show. So a little bit of bio. As I mentioned, Ćwiekosław just joined the 700k club. We got around 20 players who have at least 600k in the NTSC version, and Chris is one of the highest, knocking on the 600 door. Okay, both players are ready, craving for the tetrominos falling from the sky. So I'm gonna start a countdown for round 1 for you, my friends, in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Both players starting pretty calm. Chris decides to skim. Has to cover his well for a moment, and Ćwiekosław gets the first Tetris of the game. Chris still digging out, but ready, now a little bit hangering. That 18 may be lethal if he doesn't find proper pieces in the meantime, and as double Z burst is not gonna help his cause. Unfortunately, Chris is gonna top out after 4,900 points. So, it's the higher seed who snatches the first round. GG's. Warm-up is done. Are you ready? Ready. Okay, so 3, 2, 1. Tetris! Level 15 start this time. Chris chooses a little bit slower pace to get the feeling of the stack. Proper stacking so well, but he's gonna need an L to the left to complete the Tetris readiness. He's gonna complete it with a long bar. And pretty nice staircase from Ćwiekoszczak. So this doesn't cause any trouble so far, and we have a little bit of a Mino gap, but whoop! Chris scores one, and now stacks it down with a triple. 30,000 for Chris, 40,000 for Ćwiekoszczak. Almost equal amount of lines, but Chris is a push-down player, so maybe a little bit in the future. Ćwiekoszczak maintaining the staircase, preparing now for a triple. Chris opens his well. He's gonna need one more. Okay, that T-piece is gonna complete the Tetris readiness, and he's ready for the whoop. Where's the whoop? Still waiting. We droughted a little bit here. It seems like we are droughted a little bit, and things may become nasty really fast. So brace yourselves. This is gonna be an epic dig, hopefully. Ćwiekoszczak is stacking down. He doesn't have any stack problems. Chris is still trying to maneuver out of this little dire situation. It's less than 15 high at that point. Let's see how he manages to get out of that trouble. He gets the perfect piece. Taking the double. Taking it slowly. Ćwiekoszczak already with 125 and with 45 Chris. Chris is almost open. He decides to smartly skim. So some perspective burns from Chris. Okay, he prepared himself for a very dirty center well Tetris, and beautiful! He gets it! Alright, in a pursuit, 68, that's still the digging out mission first. So, you can't score Tetrises if you're dead, remember? Alright, there's another dependency, but luckily he fills that with a long bar as soon as possible. And gets a perfect blue L to fill that gap. And now, the beloved Smash Boy opens his well. That was a neat dig. 79 for Chris, 151 for Ćwiekoszczak. Ćwiekoszczak getting another long bar, but he cannot use it for a Tetris. Still needs a few more lines to create it, because right now he's double ready there, but with that L, he's ready now. Just waiting for the most beautiful piece, and here it comes. Boom, whoop, blip, Tetris for Ćwiekoszczak. And 137, and whoop, Tetris for Forest. Answers with a Tetris of his own. Okay, now gonna try to complete the garbage left, which he almost does, but there is a little bit of a hole on column 1 and 2, so he turns it into a long bar dependency. And now decides, oh, the long bar isn't coming. Is it gonna be, yes, as a perspective flat L skim? Very smart. Yeah, Chris is already familiar with those situations. Knows what he's doing. There's a little bit of a spire on Ćwiekoszczak's side, so now he's gonna be in a little... Oh, is that gonna be a... Right well, alright. Ćwiekoszczak's been practicing on a Game Boy before the match a little bit, so I think he adjusts to the tactics of that beautiful game. And he's ready there. Decides to take a double. And remains ready so far. Alright, beautiful flat skim. Chris takes a double. Fixing the left. So like both players maneuvering a little bit on the left. Switching from left to right. Chris creates another long bar dependency, but is instantly saved by an incoming long bar. opens his well, and with 171, well, he's knocking on 200 door. Świekoszczak's already there with 230, 223, and a left well, left boom for Świekoszczak, 242. Around 3 Tetrises in front so far, so quite of a lead. And the transition is coming for Chris after that Tetris, beware, and this is level 16, 7 and 18 speed. So we're getting close to the first transition into the infamous 19, Blueberry 17 on Forest side. 236 to 263, triple ready. Nah, I'm gonna go for a Tetris, says Chris. Let's go. Maintaining the double well. Alright, doesn't want to cover it. 117 lines, so 20 lines in the future, and they're neck and neck with the score, but Świekoszczak has more lines to maneuver, and Chris is gonna have to find a way to dig out of this really fast if he wants to win that one, because Świekoszczak is in front, so there will have to be some 90 magic, but we're not gonna witness that this time. Maybe in the next round. Świekoszczak snatches the second round and is on a triple match point. GG's. All right. So Świekoszczak chooses the level for round 3. 15? 18? 18? 15. Fantastic. Okay, friendly 15 for both our wonderful players. Drum rolls and the countdown for round 3. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Let's see the tetrominos falling from the sky. Remember, well, you can treat your opponent as an opponent, but we really treat them as opposing friends here. This is such a friendly game. Yeah, believe it or not. Chris wanted to be in the lead with that 2 points pushdown, and he actually gets the lead with a Tetris. 19,000 for Chris. And Świekoszczak still waiting for his Tetris. Getting a little bit dirty. Like the kid eating Nutella. And now, are we gonna see some tuck magic here? Yeah, choosing lesser evil here. Chris only with a little gap there, but takes a triple, takes the safety triple, and is at 46,000. Świekoszczak still cannot get the first Tetris, but he's gonna get it right now as soon as I mention it. And whoop, Tetris for Świekoszczak. Yeah, another dependency. No worries, it's pretty low. And now, oh, Chris will have to shift a longbow to the left sooner or later. He does that. Yeah, don't know what to do with pieces, just shift them to the left, maybe for later. That's what he does. Pure DAS. I mean, Chris is not pure DAS, he's a hybrid. Declares he's a hybrid, so yeah. 59,000 for Chris, and Świekoszczak already in the lead after that initial dig with 71,000, but it's pretty close, so hopefully we're gonna see another transition here, but before that we have to see Chris dig out of that. He's gonna need an L or a J, but of course it's a Z burst at the wrong time. Isn't it ironic? Can't you see? Here we go. Whoa, a beautiful hang there by Ćwiekoszczak. Okay, he finds the square piece to fill that gap. Still maintaining double well. Yeah, this is gonna be a safe skim. And Chris still struggling. This is for his tournament life. Unfortunately, this hang, that's gonna be extremely tough. And I'm really worried for Chris' health. Thank you, Chris, for participating, but this was a little bit too much at that height. And Ćwiekoszczak is going to advance to the semi-final. So we have the first semi-finalist. Thank you, guys. Good game.
Okay, next match. FP versus Rurczak. Pokażę. Czyjeś tyłki zostaną rzęsiście skopane.
Tak, jak teraz byłem, to mnie ziomki z tego. To mnie ziomki z tego nie prześciły na leczaka. Nie, nie. Uprzejmie. Tak, sygnały będą źle, dlatego ja przegrywam.
Zastosowanie kamery. Moment.
Komentującego zmieni.
Yeah, so the second quarterfinal is FP versus Rurczak. According to the noises going on the room, people are expecting some interesting confrontation. Naładowane? Nagrotniać?
Co?
Nagrotniać?
No. Teraz pytaj, do samochodu powrócę.
Okay, a little bit of a additional warm-up between the competitors. Well, we have the one of the two Max Out Club members here.
Fala. Trzymał selek. No wpadł to tam. Najłatwiejsza.
Okay, next match will start in about 5 minutes. For this, please, for now, please appreciate the players. Being focused on the game. I didn't mean that, Rurczak! Well, I saw on the chat that someone says that I'm not about to walk in that room and cause a scene. Players all look like they could seriously whoop someone. Well, as we know from yesterday, after a power outage and one of the CRTs catching fire, Polish scene is relentless. No matter what is going on, tournament has to be completed.
Choćby atomówka jednęła, to Forest w zębach przyniesie. Marzej w ogóle.
Fan on the chat. Shouldn't Rurczak take off his back? No, he stores his skill in it. And that means, że jest po prostu dobra atmosfera. It's a seatbelt.
Czy jest długi na czacie?
Nie widzę jeszcze takiego.
Będzie singlował do mnie pewnie na czacie.
What dates for it? This is a quarterfinal. Mówisz o tej? Wiesz, ta piosenka nosi nazwę Gorbi z pierogi, więc może pasować do piosenki. Can Rurczak juggle solve Rubik cubes while playing NES Tetris with his feet? Well, the atmosphere is getting better and better.
Kurwa, jakbyśmy puścili zerkać, to by nie poszło do tego. Już tutaj nikt już nie przyszedł.
spojrzę formularz.
Ja wczoraj byłem na policji. Po prostu straż miejska, moje mandaty są wypisane.
Wiło. Dobra, żeby było jasne.
Za tydzień się Co to było? Niestety nie mogę zapauzować. Zabronili. Okej, gdzie jest ten stolik? Dobra.
Board
My się
setup.
śmialiśmy, że ty masz nową technikę myślisz. Table tapping. Nie, bo to jest akurat pierwszy raz. Okej. No, table tapping. Dlaczego się było robić? Bo ja mam jakiś niebieski. Nie wiem dlaczego. Zobaczymy świt. Ja nie wiem dlaczego. Jakiś niebieski obraz się zrobił.
Jeżeli zmieni się na zielone, to wtedy zaczniemy myśleć, co się dzieje.
Jakiś screen będzie? O, teraz bym wziął.
O kurde. A jak jeszcze się zmieni na różowy, to dopiero będzie katastrofa.
Kurwa, żółty filtr jest, a nie ma powiedzmy godziny. Co się dzieje? Jeszcze jeden. To się nie skończyła. Jeszcze kwory będzie. Będziemy śpili. Do uratowania już. 40. Kodzik?
Dobra.
Wiesz, Ani. Czyli rekord kubiły.
Gotowi?
Ale... On ci spartał, czy...
Raz. Weź do mego. Właśnie nie wiem, może teraz nie jestem pewien, bo właśnie dzięki tej żarówce się wiele lepiej widać, dzięki tej żarówce twoja jakaś kamera lepiej widać.
Jakby mnie to nie bać, tak to jest.
Camera will be back in a moment. Dobra, jest poziom wybrany. Gotowi? Let's start the second quarterfinal with a very loud 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, so we have both FP and Rurchak going on level 18. Rurchak already having some uncommon situation among his field. It may look pretty sus, but we hope that he will find that impostor block in his field and quickly remove it from the field. In the time FP already scored 1 Tetris, but having a little bit more preparations for the further competition. Rurchak goes for the column 5. Getting a little bit higher, but now forced to clean it up. FP 39, Rurchak with 17. Whoop! Tetris for Furious. Furious with 62. Rurchak. Whoop! Tetris for Rurchak as well. 41 for Rurchak. 62. Whoop! 85 for FP. So that's already 2 Tetris lead. And looks like Furious will be kind of unstoppable here with Rurchak being forced to clean up and with the situation already being dire. He gets a dirty triple, but it's not enough to solve the situation, and looks like he will end up in Teresa, and Rurchak taps out at 48, which means Furious FP gets a first heart. Congratulations, Furious. Okej. Gotowi?
Tak. Jest serious.
Okay, but first already, so 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, so this time Rurchak was choosing level, and Rurchak went with level 15. It's like this way the score Rurchak is either not trustful in his very own skills, or maybe it's a strategy to throw FP off the rhythm. We will see what's going on. And what we are seeing now, it's Rurchak having already some troubles with 1,600 points and hoping for some opportunities to clean it up. In a time, Furious already with 1 Tetris with 24,000 points, and he is ready for more. It's Rurchak which is the underdog here, and now with a higher stack needs to do some additional cleanups, and ouch, the situation still stays very hot, very difficult on the Rurchak side. In a time, Furious scores another Tetris, even increasing his distance, and It looks like in case of Rurczak that decision to choose level 15 turned out to be the double-edged sword, because it went like he took the rocket launcher and shoot it into his own legs. And unfortunately, this is the game. This is a Tetris, not a Quake Arena or you know, or Team Fortress. Here, rocket jumps do not help. Furious gets another. Furious gets another heart. Okay, are you ready for game number 3? 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, the game number 3, it's FP who chose the starting level, and Furious decides to go for level 18. We already know from many tournaments that he doesn't know the word mercy in case of Tetris, which so if you are facing him, you are aware that he will strike with everything he's got with his strategy to pile up as many points as possible. Whoop, that is for Furious. Whoop, that is for Rurczak. And it looks like this time the difference between players is only a single line, so they are really close. Those stacks look also very similar. Whoop, that is for Furious. Whoop, that is for Rurczak, with 73 against 71, only 2,000 points between them, and it looks like Rurczak now gets some problems. Decides to take some risks, takes a dirty triple though. Furious is ready for some more hardcore Tetris action with 96,000 points. Now a small cleanup, so additional burns on his side. Rurczak slowly crawling, trying to get closer to FP, but another Tetris launches Furious far away. Rurczak with 89, Furious with 126. We are currently at 34 lines. And that means, well, there's still about 100 lines to go. In the meantime, Rurczak with a, I think we can name that the whole back-to-back Tetris situation, and Rurczak gets into a little bit on the even ground. It kind of looks like he missed a spin, but he quickly decides to solve that with additional burns. In the meantime, Furious gets some problems. Getting a little bit high on his situation, so Rurczak behind a huge opportunity to take the lead, and there it is. Rurczak gets Tetris and currently is leading by 1 with 164 for Rurczak, 146 for Furious, and Furious is ready and waiting. Rurczak with a very nice stack. Whoop, that is for Furious. Rurczak with 167, Furious with 178, less than a Tetris difference between those competitors. Furious still, whoop, that is for Rurczak, and we are getting closer to the halfway. And despite what it's looking like, looks like it's Rurczak who has a little bit better situation, because he's 5 lines behind. And in that case, that means one more Tetris opportunity. On a time being, Furious is cleaning. Ruchak is in whoop Tetris for Ruchak. Ruchak with 225. Furious with 208. So both players past the halfway. We are slowly approaching the next milestone on the during the classic Tetris game, which is 100 lines moment. In slower levels, that would mean players getting a transition and the speed increasing. The speed increase. Here on level 18, yeah, that gives still 30 more lines. Furious takes a dirty triple. Ruchak leading by 1.5. But now Ruchak needs to do some additional cleanups on here. 256 for Ruchak, 225 for Furious. Furious finally makes his well open, but he's quickly forced to block it up. Ruchak in the meantime with a nice neat stack, leading by 2.5 Tetris. Whoop! Tetris for Ruchak. Ruchak with 306 at 100 lines. So it looks like we will be able to see the first transition, the first level 18 transition on this day. Ruchak with 306 FP, losing by 1.5 Tetris with and still being at least 5 Tetrises, 5 lines ahead. Ruchak with 332, Furious 279. Whoop! Tetris for Furious with 302 currently, still 1.5 Tetris behind. Ruchak is 20 lines to the transition and has some promise on his stack, so things are getting very dire. Ruchak needs to think, needs to scheme. And suddenly that won't be enough for Ruchak. Ruchak taps out of it at 334, but Furious still needs 10,000 points. He needs a line. He needs one Tetris, or maybe even... No, looks like Furious decides to go a little bit calmer. With 330, still 4,000 points to go. Gets a triple and seals the deal. So there goes the third card for Furious. Mleczak świtem. No. Okay, next match is Mleczak versus Świder. Well, this time we have two veterans of the Polish scene, but all of two very strong players of the Polish scene, but all to do the different reasons. First, we have Świder, who on his one of the best modern Tetris players in Poland, member of the Doremi gang, who made his classic Tetris debut in Toruń during the first ever Poland championship, while beating in the first round, defeating the player from Ukraine, and that's when he was unofficially for a moment called the Ukraine champion. Well, on the other side we have Piotr, also known as Mleczak, or even as Mleczak Gnój, the first ever Polish player who played in the classic Tetris World Championship bracket and who ended up in the silver bracket top 8, losing only to later silver bracket champion Bad Foy. Okay, Mleczak as a higher city is choosing the starting level at first, 15-18. And Mleczak goes for level 18. So, I see that you are ready. So, 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, Mleczak chose level 18. And then for a long when stacks look very nice, it looks like the grain minds think alike, but it's Świder who gets the first Tetris here. Mleczak already needs to think about the solution of his situation, because it doesn't look so good here. And then Świder has a small, a little bit of a garbage on the bottom, but it's not a problem. And then Mleczak goes for a small point and ouch! Mleczak surprisingly taps out at 6,000 points. Świder is safe. Mleczak decides to take some help. He literally took out a freaking table, put it on his knees. And the next game will start in a moment. That part goes to Świder, of course. Hashtag table strats. And Świder is choosing for the next game. Okay, Świder decides to go for level 18 as well. Gotowi? 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, so Mleczak and Świder are in the game number 2 of their match. This is the third quarterfinal in the Classic Tetris Poland Championship for NTSC version in 2021. Mleczak with for now both players with a single lights with no Tetris inside. Even when Mleczak is there, but whoop, Tetris for Mleczak. First Tetris for Mleczak in this game with 25,000 points, and well, even in this match, as Mleczak decides to correct. Thanks for music and VG for your rate. Świder with 9,000 points, but his stack doesn't look so nice on the surface. There is still a little bit of things to prepare here. Mleczak with 40,000 points right now, leading by 1.5 Tetris. Świder still stuck and misdrops an L, making this round an L. What an ironic twist for Świder. Świder took an L and make it an L. For game number 3, Mleczak chooses level 18. Both ready? 3, 2, 1, Tetris! And there we have it with a game number 3 of this match. Yeah. For now, both players are building, waiting for a... Okay, Świder is ready, but where is the line? Okay, there is the line. Whoop, that is for Świder. First Tetris in this round. That makes a lead to Świder. Whoop, Tetris for Świder again. Whoop, counter Tetris for Mleczak. So Świder can with one Tetris lead. Whoop, Tetris for Mleczak. Whoop, Tetris for Świder. Świder currently with leading still by one Tetris. Both players with a similar number of lines. Whoop, Świder gets a Tetris. Quick counter by Mleczak. There may be... it may look like Mleczak... Świder is a little bit faster on the situation, but it's not a huge problem. Both players have pretty much the same tempo with 22 lines, even exchanging Tetris in the same moments along the line. Whoop, that is for Świder. So now there is whoop, that is for Mleczak. 120 for Mleczak, 138 for Świder. Looks like this time we are slowly approaching the first differences in players' strategies. Mleczak with 120, Świder with 162, currently leading by 2 Tetrises along his way. Whoop, that is for Mleczak. Mleczak with 145 still. The difference between them stays at 2. Whoop, that is for Mleczak. Whoop, that is for Świder, followed by a single, followed by another Tetris. In the time, whoop, that is for Mleczak as well. Now, there was a... No, that was just camera shaking. No, that was not an earthquake. But even if that would be an earthquake, that wouldn't stop Polish scene to foregoing. Music is going normally. But let's focus on the match. Mleczak with 219, Świder with 278, with 280 even slow, not even getting close to the halfway yet. Mleczak 2 Tetrises behind. Whoop, that is for Schwider. And then Schwider gets an insta readiness. Mleczak in the time is ready, gets the line as well. Whoop, that is for Mleczak. Mleczak is currently losing by 1. That is whoop, quick counter by Schwider. I feel like on the UFC event with that exchange of attacks of Tetris with scores changing on every moment. Mleczak with 312, Schwider with 351. Keeping the distance, but we know that Mleczak can, both players can go on level 19, so we may see a transition, we may see maybe a level 20, maybe level 21, maybe even further. Here Mleczak still catching is now one Tetris behind, uses the opportunity that Schwider was blocked for a moment and couldn't score a Tetris. So distance between them, whoop, Tetris for Mleczak again. Mleczak getting closer, but now it's Schwider's turn to score. Schwider with 394, Mleczak with 362, and not even 100 lines yet. Whoop, that is for Mleczak with 385, Schwider with 397. Mleczak with 398. Schwider with 401. Still one Tetris between them. Maybe I need to adjust the microphone. Okay, Schwider with a score was for a moment with a score not found with 100 times with 408. Mleczak is still leading with couple of points. Mleczak gets a Tetris 435 for Mleczak, 409 for Schwider. Now the tides have turned. Mleczak. Whoop, that is for Schwider. Mleczak is not ready. Mleczak now is ready, but now there goes the line. Whoop, that is for Mleczak. Mleczak is 464, Schwider is 433. The situation is going even harder, even more exciting here. Mleczak is 487, leading currently by 2 Tetrises, but Schwider is ready, waiting for a line. Yeah. In Poland we calling that situation łeb w łeb. But let's see what is going to unfold. We are now 10 lines to transition. Whoop, that is for Schwider. Whoop, that is for Mleczak. Mleczak with 535 crossed the 500,000. Schwider is still 3 Tetrises to 2 Tetrises to 500,000. 3 Tetrises behind, and Schwider needs to clean. But cleaning in that moment may bring trouble. He's ready, but he's only a triple ready, and he will be forced to take a dirty triple before the transition. But there is a line. Where is the line? Where is that freaking line? There is a line, but now in a wrong moment! Schwider taps out at 466. Mleczak with 568 gets a second hard. Dobra. And for the game number 4, Schwider is choosing. Okay. Czekam na gotowość. Okej, gotowi? Dobra, ustawiam. Schwider, poziom. Okej. Schwider chooses level 18. Let's start a countdown. 3, 2, 1, Tetris! And there goes the round 4 in a classic Tetris Poland Championship 2021 for NTSC version. Yeah, it may sound like all you need for Tetris is a basement and the NES, but despite that, people can. But whoa! Whoop! Dirty Tetris for Schwider is saving himself in the last possible moment. Mleczak in the time with one Tetris on his account, but whoop! Tetris for Mleczak. Mleczak now needs to do some additional cleanup, but Mleczak is safe. It's Schwider who is put under pressure in this game, because if Schwider loses, that's over, that's it for him. So Schwider needs to... Okay, Mleczak with 86, Schwider with 45. Schwider losing by 2 Tetrises. Okay, Mleczak with 109, Schwider with 92. They are still pretty close to each other. Both players are ready, but where is the line? Where are those lines? Both players are now burning near the top, but there is a line, and whoa! A simul Tetris for both Mleczak and Schwider. It didn't have a huge difference during the match, but whoop! Tetris for Schwider. Schwider now gets closer to the situation, slowly approaching the halfway. Oh, wow! Something. We have a problem. We have a situation. But I hope something. I hope that things will end up well. But for now, let's focus on the match. Mleczak with 191, Schwider with 188, only 3,000 points, and almost a simul Tetris again by Mleczak and Schwider. And we are not even in the halfway. Mleczak now slowly approaching the halfway. Whoop! Tetris for Mleczak. Whoop! Tetris for Schwider. And they are still going strong here. Mleczak with 238. Now Schwider is ready. Whoop! Takes the Tetris and takes the lead here. Schwider with 258. Mleczak with 239. Mleczak now with a little bit of a line defensive. Well, this looks so cyberpunk. I wonder if they have modifications. According to my knowledge, the player modifications are banned in the tournament. So sadly, sorry, it's unlocked. But what is this? Schwider taps out at 258, but the situation is not yet safe. Mleczak needs to clean up. He is 10,000 points to go. He still has 10,000 points to go, but he may be able to single it out. No! Mleczak taps out at 248! Schwider stays alive, and we have a decider! Nail biting crazy! Okay, in the meantime, moment. Let me put the promotion, the Polish community promotion, because of course the more players, the merrier, and it may not look like this, but the whole event is by the community for the community. players are now playing mind games before the no finals. Okay, gotowi? Ready?
18.
Mleczak chooses level 18. So there goes the decider. And there goes the countdown. 3, 2, 1, Tetris! And we are in Mleczak versus Świder. Now or never. Do or die. After this game, one of the players will be calmly waiting up for the semi-final. The other will be forced to sit on the public among the other fans, sympathics on classic Tetris in Poland, who gathered in Kraków in Quest Pub. Mleczak currently with 25,000 points, Świder leading by 1, and Mleczak needs to do some additional preparation here. Mleczak with 28, and looks like okay, Mleczak is getting a little bit high here, and it may be a good idea to get down. Remember, you cannot score points when you are dead. So sometimes just stay. There is, for example, currently retired player from Finland known as JJ, who won many matches, all because there was this Świder gets so panicked and the Świder taps out at 60,000 points. Mleczak with 67,000 points. And one more Tetris. Gets the third card and advances to the semi-finals. Okay, and the last quarterfinal is Michu versus Dobry. Okay, looks like Michu is warming up. Not yet in play, but in the real life. Dobry is also approaching, so let's see what is going to happen here.
Jeszcze trochę na bok.
Well, in the case of these players, both players appear in the scene during the very first tournament in Toruń. Dobry went up with a neck-breaking score of 10,000 points, and now he is one of the formidable players in the country. His opponent here is Michu. One of the players here who is currently stuck in the 900k club, waiting for his first max out. Who knows? Maybe it will happen today. Okay, a little bit of a time to warm up for the players. And we will start their match soon. Okay. I see a very interesting person here on the chat. The Mexican runner, half Polish, half Mexican player, known for this completing all of the NES games. We hope that, so runner, whenever you have the opportunity, come to Poland. We Gdzie? So whenever you have the opportunity, we are waiting for you with our wide open arms. Some more,
Teach you how to play Tetris.
some more invitations to the Classic Tetris Poland community Discord. Because let me just say this: Poland doesn't only have live tournaments, and in the next couple of weeks we want to start a whole classic moment. I need to buffer myself. Okay, I know, and I forgot. Moment. Poland, in the next couple of weeks, is planning to restart an unique opportunity for any interested player, no matter the skill, to have fun, to play, and well, we would like to invite every single one of you from Poland, and maybe even from some close countries like Belarus, Ukraine, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Lithuania, to join that server, because well, let's build this community together. Okay, looks like Michu and Dobry are ready. Michu has a higher seat. Michu has the goes for level 18. And both players already agreed to go 18 all the way. So let's start the countdown for the first game. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. And they goes in. Michu versus Dobry Człowiek. For now, the initial building situation looks kind of similar, and we will both players waiting for a line, keeping the start, but there's a line. Whoop! There is for Michu. Whoop! Quick counter Tetris for Dobry. This is the score didn't change, but Dobry breaks the tie with a single. Michu follows suit, and now Dobry needs to clean up. Michu in the time looks kind of collected. So interesting quick tap by Michu, but as long as it works, in the time Dobry needs to make maybe not so good choice with the J. Dobry with 28,000 points, Michu with 57, and Michu is currently and Dobry gets panic and throws the game at 28,000 points. Michu with 57 gets a heart. Michu following some Berman. No, looks like he just wanted to finish the game with a Tetris. And now the preparation for that second game is going on. Okay, Michu and Dobry, are you ready for game number 2? 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, so game number 2 had begun. Michu with 24,000 points, Dobry with 20 cents, so Dobry getting a teeny tiny early lead. Michu is ready for a Tetris though. Whoop! Tetris for Michu. Whoop, that is for Dobry. Dobry with 5,000 points, Michu with 5,000 points as well. The situation looks a little bit calm and collected. Dobry in the meantime making a second line dependency, which suddenly turns the things way worse. But the Tetris line in a good spot keeps Dobry keeps Dobry in the tournament. In the whoop, that is for Michu, whoop, that is for Dobry. Michu still leading by a 1 Tetris. Michu with 101, whoop, that is for Dobry. Dobry now takes the lead, but there goes the line, whoop, whoa, almost a simul Tetris here with 124 for Michu, 130 for Dobry, and both players are only about 30 lines. Whoop! Tetris for Michu. Okay, Dobry with a very nice, beautiful stack. Michu also without any bigger problems, but now whoop, that is for Michu, whoop, that is for Dobry. The difference between them stays the same. Michu is still leading by 1. Both players looking calm and collected. Whoop, that is for Dobry. Dobry gets a good finish. Whoop, that is for Michu. Whoop, that is for Dobry. The difference between them had shrunk to 1,000 points. That's a very small option, and this time Dobry does not get a whoop because that was just a triple. Maybe a center well, but only a triple. Michu with 232, so it takes a lead. That's the first. Okay, whoop, Tetris for Michu. Michu with 255, leading by 1.5 Tetris. Dobry with 221. Whoop, that is for Michu. Dobry is ready on column 8. And there he goes. Whoop, that is for Dobry. And then it looks like Dobry, yeah, Dobry got the line in a perfect moment. He won't be forced to change the well. For now, he decided to burn a triple though, which gives a little bit more chances to Michu. Michu with 324, Dobry with 253. On the event, Michu with 325. The distance between them slowly rises to 6 Tetrises, so we may say that Michu is in control and it's not even 100 lines yet. Whoop, that is for Michu. Whoop, perfect clear for Michu. While Dobry is still cleaning, Michu shows some style. 418 and 98 lines. Looks like Michu is getting even better. This may be that game. Whoop, that is for Michu. Michu with 442. Whoop, a dirty Tetris for Dobry Człowiek. But for now, it's still Michu who keeps the game in control. He has that round in his grasp with country 465, getting closer to 500,000, while Dobry is still forced to clean. Michu decides to clean a triple because it looks like that we have a small drought. Michu is forced to clean up. That's a small break, but clean up in a very perfect moment. Whoop! That is for Michu. Michu 10 lines to the halfway, 10 lines to the transition, and he still has a chance. He does a small miss spin here, but he should be able to dig it out, especially in this situation while he is leading by almost 10 Tetrises. Dobry 308 still fighting for his survival. Misdrops NS, and looks like that was too much for Dobry. Dobry taps out at 308. Michu with 505 gets a second hard. Now waiting for a moment. Stay hydrated, guys, of course. And soon players will be ready for game number 3 in this match. We already know after that both players agreed to go on level 18. Gotowi? Okay, both players announced that they're ready, so there goes the countdown. 3, 2, 1, Tetris! for now. We have a little bit of a building of a stack. Michu is ready. Dobry decides to burn one line, so he gets an early lead. Even two lines, but there goes a line. Whoop, there is for Michu. Whoop, there is for Dobry. Dobry with 24, but Michu now burns one line. Whoop, there is for Michu. Whoop, there is for Dobry. Michu is ready though. Dobry is literally leading by 760 points by one single. Whoop, but Michu gets the Tetris. Dobry cannot profit from this and gives an opportunity to Michu to score. Whoop, that is for Dobry. Whoop, that is for Michu. Michu with 91. Dobry with 70,000 points. And we are just 20 lines in the game. Michu with 95, Dobry with 79. One Tetris lead, but whoop, there is for Dobry. Dobry takes the lead with that's a tiny one, but because of 3 lines, but it's something. Dobry now building a stack, without any bigger progress on his sides. Maybe now he may need a shower, but no. Whoop, Tetris for Dobry. Whoop, back to back Tetris for Dobry. Michu with 105. Dobry, in the meantime, now he knows that he cannot lose, and currently looks like the odds are in his favor because he's leading by 3 Tetrises now. Takes that dirty double. Whoop, that is for Michu. Michu starting the chase down, but his stack isn't yet ready to score profit. In the meantime, Dobry ending up with some cheese, but there is no other person to help. We know that chef of Dawne Komputery i Gry, the Retro IT Foundation, which helps us during the tournament, is also providing cheese from the Netherlands. But this time there is nowhere to be found. Dobry needs to eat that cheese by himself. Michu with 188, Dobry with 192. Currently 4,000 points between them. Michu with a very nice stack. Dobry in data getting even class. Misdrops at team. Misdrops as he could be able to pass the line, but no! Line ended up just before and Dobry taps it to a 198. Michu with 236 gets a third card. Wins the last quarterfinal. And advances to the semi. Okay, hello Balbar. Of course, a small shout out to ITG Balbar, the head of a classic Tetris community in Mongolia, which, despite all the odds, is also slowly but surely aiming to take over, not like their ancestors made hundreds of years ago. But it's time to start the semi-finals. First semi-final will be Świekoszczak versus FP. Już zaraz tam będzie. Na spokojnie. Zobacz, że jeszcze ćwiek nie siedzi. Oj, ćwiek już idzie. Karol pozdrawia. Wczoraj z Gdańska. Okay, dziękujemy Karol za pozdrowienia. Jakby co... Remember about joining us on the classic Tetris Poland community. Zapraszamy wszystkich graczy z Polski i okolic. Zawsze im więcej, tym weselej, a wspólnie możemy zdziałać cuda. Okay, looks like currently Ćwiekosz, Ćwiekosław, Ćwiekosz, Ćwiekczyszczykiewicz.
Zapróbuj się i nie doby rady.
Versus FP, also known as Furious Programming, or not yet, or either known under his real name Redact and Censored. I don't think that will be. Well, we just want to play Tetris together. No matter the differences between people, no matter the. In the moment, we have someone from alternative Poland says, "Wait, WTF? FP is Furious Programming." I never expected that is a shortcut. Don't worry, DMC. Polandonesia. So, well. We are still waiting for Nenu. But still, I hope that if Poland starts and maintains the series, that Indonesia also will decide someday to organize a tournament. And I already know that there will be many people interested in seeing what for example, Max Souters from your region, like you, like Nenu, like Firstian Fushada, like Pangranga, and many other would do. Great achievement there for Ćwiekosz. Would love to know the full story. Well, the whole story happened yesterday. During the qualifiers. It went like this, that the TV wasn't in the best shape, and in a moment that while trying to make then PB, when he got a Tetris, we know that the screen starts blinking, and that blinking made the boom sound. And after that, suddenly game was was game was crashed. Suddenly we started smelling burnt electronics here, but that didn't stop us from making it. Well, that's a trophy. These are the least nerdy looking Tetris players I ever seen in a tournament. The question: does he keep the CRT? Well, and here's the catch. He brought that CRT on this event to have it on the to give it on the for the qualification progress. So he gives that CRT anyway. You can ask FP to repair it. Lol, his souvenir from CTWC Poland.
Boże, maczeta.
Jesteśmy w Krakowie.
Dobra, ostry jak maczeta. Teraz mamy sytuację, że mamy te można zbierać feedback i szukać opcji, które by się przydały. Mamy na 4 rzeczy zebrane z tego, co czytałem na czacie. I będzie można działać. Swoje, bez pośpiechu. Dobra, gotowi? Nie, to jest dlatego, że ludzie szpikowali.
Trzeba mieć gotowość.
Okay, some people started about that CRT. You should have it painted silver and gold and used as a trophy. No, tutaj już chyba nie ma wyboru. Dobra. Góra, góra, dół, dół, lewo, prawo, lewo, prawo. No. Gotowi? 3, 2, 1, Tetris! So there we go. First semi-final of Classic Tetris Poland Championship 2021 in the NTSC version. And the competitors are Ćwiek, Ćwiekosz, Ćwiekosław, and FP, Furious Programming. For now, well, whoop, both players broke the first ice and have the first Tetris. Whoop, Furious follows suit with getting another one, so takes the early lead here. Ćwiek is still in a little bit of a preparation, but he's ready. He's waiting for a good line to appear. Whoop, that is for Ćwiekoszczak. FP with 50 on. Whoop, that is for FP. FP currently still leading by 1. Whoop, that is for Ćwiek. FP is now forced to do some cleanups here. FP with 82. Ćwiek with 98, so now Ćwiek is leading by about 1 Tetris. FP is ready now. Whoop, that is for Ćwiek, but there goes a line. Whoop, that is for Furious. Furious with 104. Ćwiek still leading by 1, and Ćwiek is slowly bullying. The option, there it is. Whoop, that is for Ćwiek. FP is ready. Yeah, whoop. Whoop, that is for Furious. FP with 127. And looks like I will be still let me still drop some lures to Classic Tetris Poland community. FP with 153, Ćwiek with 172. We are slowly approaching the halfway, but still about 15 lines to the halfway. Ćwiek is leading by 1 Tetris. Whoop, that is for Ćwiek. Whoop, that is for FP. Could it be? Oh, this time FP decides to gain, but it's Ćwiek who has a little bit better situation here. 208 for Ćwiek. And look at Ćwiekoszczak is ready. Whoop! Gets a little bit the dirty Tetris. And keeps the lead. In the meantime, FP goes for a column 9 well, but he looks like he definitely needs a Tetris now. And there it is. Whoop! Tetris for FP. FP is 20. Then Ćwiek with 2 and 33 with a staggering a little bit more interesting. Whoop! Tetris for Ćwiek. He's not do dirty yet to get a huge reaction, but remember, guys, keep it safe. Play the best you can. Remember that you cannot score if you tap out. Ćwiek with 21, FP with 2 and 46, and whoop! That is for FP, even with that square misdrop, that smash boy in the wrong position, wanting to disturb the FP's rhythm. Ćwiek gets a dirty triple. FP is cleaning up. Ćwiek is leading by 1 Tetris for now. And well, in this case, it may look like Ćwiek may have an advantage thanks to the experience. He's one of the players in the Polish scene who started playing not using the unofficial means, but through the console itself. So he is a little bit more used to the pad feelings. The pad feeling here. But on the side of FP there is skill. The second person in Poland who reached that max out score, so anything can happen. Country 352 for Furious, 309 for Ćwiek. Ćwiek Kosztak with 309. Currently losing by 2.5 Tetris. Whoop, that is for Ćwiek. Whoop, that is for Furious Programming. FP with 377. Still leading by 2, and the FP is currently less than 10 lines. There's a small glasses correction for it. Looks like FP is first goes for some tacking setup, and it ended up tacking awesome because he's clean, but only for triple. He takes a triple with a transition, and now he's on level 19. So we have a transition. We may see some more crazy situations. Ćwiek has some problems and misdrops, and out. Ćwiek taps out at 359. FP with 397 gets the first card in this match. Yeah, waiting for the end up. And now we may time for the round 2. One moment for the guys to prepare. FP just enjoying himself for a moment. Yeah, I see couple of GGs on the chat. So, okay, okay. Shalom, Alex Rui LS. Gotowi? Okay, both players are ready for the game number 2, so it's time for the countdown. And 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, so game 2, Furious Programming gets with gets a little bit of a early start and may go a little more calm in this game, but looks like the stars aren't quite big. But whoop, that is for FP. Whoop, back to back Tetris for FP. So that is definitely a kind of a dirty early lead. Ćwiek didn't manage to score only one Tetris, so he may end up in a pinch very soon. Ćwiek with 28, FP leading by 1 with 50,000 points. Preparing for another one, but looks like this time it's only a triple. He may need an L for his setup. Now he decides to burn line, but there he goes a long bar. Whoop, that is for FP. FP with 76, Ćwiek with 53. Whoop, that is for Ćwiek. Ćwiek with 76 as well. FP counters with a Tetris of his own, 98 for FP. And FP gets a 100k barrier. Ćwiek with 77. Slowly cleaning things up. Whoop, that is for FP. Whoop, that is for Ćwiek. Ćwiek with 103, FP with 123, currently leading by 1 Tetris. Whoop, that is for FP. Hashtag only slow tap. Ćwiek with 148, FP with 170. Currently, situation looks pretty calm. With no players are making mistakes so crazy. Just only a couple of occasional burns along the way. FP just make himself clean. Whoop, there is for Ćwiek. Ćwiek took a tiny lead, but now Ćwiek gets a line. He went for that way, but FP used that same line to take the lead back, but Ćwiek gets it back. 359 points lead for Ćwiek was in a moment. So the match is pretty darn close. Whoop, that is for Ćwiek Koszczak. FP with 221. Still, they are keeping it very close in the match. FP is ready. Ćwiek is ready. Where goes the line? There is the line for Ćwiek. Whoop, that is for Ćwiek Koszczak. FP is currently preparing well. Maybe a little bit more. Okay, there it is. Whoop, that is for FP. FP with 250. Ćwiek with 246. Whoop, that is for Ćwiek Koszczak. Ćwiek Koszczak with 269 currently still leading, but by a less than one Tetris. So basically, any time 4 lines will disappear, the leading player may most likely change. We are past the halfway in those matches. FP with 252, Ćwiek with 299. The distance slowly went up to 2 Tetrises right now. Whoop, that is for FP. FP with 278, Ćwiek with 299. Whoop, that is for Ćwiek Koszczak. Ćwiek Koszczak broke the 300k barrier here. FP, whoop, gets it. There is also now with 301, 20,000 points difference. 1 Tetris. They are keeping each other closer than Romeo and Julia. They are keeping each other closer than that Floyd Mayweather and Logan Paul during that infamous boxing hack scene. But the game still continues. Now we are only 50 lines to the transition. Ćwiek with 349, FP whoops into 351. Ćwiek Koszczak in the time with a perfect clear. Perfectly cleared with 372. The distance between stays pretty much the same with 350 with 1 Tetris, but FP now gets his Tetris with and take a small lead. 50 looks like FP was leading by 59 pushdown points. But now Ćwiek gets a Tetris. Now FP soon will see there, and there is a line. Whoop, that is for FP. A small correction to the glasses. Maybe some glasses cheats are activated. We aren't sure, but we tested all of the things, and no internal player modifications were allowed, because we know this is not the Cyberpunk yet. Maybe in the future there will be also Classic Tetris Poland Cyberpunk Championship. Time will tell. Ćwiek with 444, leading by 1. FP with 426. Now taking a lead with 449, and both FP currently with 10 lines to transition. Whoop, that is for Ćwiek. Ćwiek takes the lead. FP is ready as well. Whoop, that is for FP. Okay, so hello. Possibly it will be buenas tardes to Mundo Uno from San Carlos, Uruguay. I certainly hope that the scene in Uruguay will also appear. I know that there is a scene in Latin America, and that may be also your opportunity to take part there. In the time, FP whoop, gets a touch on level 19. Ćwiek in the time gets a... While FP gets that, Ćwiek gets some problems, and he got kind of a snake, misdrops a line and taps out with 499. FP with 534 gets a second heart here. In the meantime, I was speaking about one sponsor, but there is also, let's remember, one more sponsor, because a huge thank you to Enchance, the creators of Tetris Effect, and not only Tetris Effect but also Tetris Effect Connected. normal, the game has a great single player, tons of various effect modes of the different cards, and not if you want to face against someone as during in multiplayer, Tetris Effect Connected also provides that. That good thing about this is no matter the console, the Tetris Effect Connected provides the cross-platform, and currently tech is available for PlayStation 4, PSVR, Steam, Epic and the Windows Store for PC, Oculus Quest and the Xbox One and the Series consoles. Well, one of the multiplayer modes here is the classic score attack, taken directly from all of the things which happened during the classic Tetris World Championship, and well, with a slowly going update, there are many interesting things going on. For example, in case of Polish community, one of the very nice addition to the Tetris Effect Connected is now an option to play the PAL mode on the classic score attack with a PAL mode, because we know Europe is a region in which often both versions coexist, and while in the United States there is nostalgia towards the NTSC version, in the Europe the nostalgia is towards the PAL one, and now we are all stay connected in a love to classic Tetris. Okay, players are ready. Okay, looks like both players. While I was talking about the information, let's get some asses whooping, because players are ready. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. A very interesting starts with 2 lines. Ćwiek already decides to turn out into a single. FP decides to tinker with the setup and maybe prepare a little bit of attack here. No, looks like unfortunately that will only be a line here, but still scores. Kind of to say that whoop, Ćwiek breaks the tie by getting the first Tetris. FP still whoop, now gets the first one. Ćwiek with 49, leading by 1, FP with 28. And Ćwiek looks very focused on this situation, because, well, this time it's either ending up in the finals or taking part in a small final to decide who will end up at the 3rd place. She gets a little bit more problems here, but the bottom of the stack is ready for some lines to come, and now things getting a little bit crazy on Ćwiek side. FP getting crazy, but line! What the line here! Ćwiek taps at the 27. FP with 103 advances to the finals. The second semi-final is Michu versus Mleczak. Już stawiam. Okej.
Czekam, nie obrażasz. Napisać jakieś politycznie poprawne rzeczy. Nie.
Wiesz, zawsze można byłoby na przykład walnąć second chance final. albo nie kto kontra kto, tylko ten opis. No. Mamy zawsze, to jest zawsze feedback, który pomoże na... To są naraz. I to podczas zupełnego przeciwieństwa prime time'a amerykańskiego, więc...
Jeszcze się to zleca. Czy gdzieś poranek? 10 godzin licząc?
Licząc na Portland, jeżeli chcesz patrzeć po Portland, oddaj mi 9 godzin. Więc u nich jeszcze starano.
Trzeba wstawać.
Ale zachodni, ale wschodnie Stany są ten. 6. Bo już na przykład King się pojawił.
Nie chcę komentować?
Co?
Nie chciałby komentować? Ale lubię.
I know, but I am not sure if King would be interested.
To niech King po polsku, a ty po angielsku.
Ah, okay, that sounds very interesting because someone just saw Kingsman on the event, sitting on the chat, and went with the idea that King would provide the Polish commentary for the event. I am not sure if King is able to commentate here, but if he wants and he has time, we may do a very interesting final. Dobra, gotowi? Na wstępie? Okay. Tugi, King invented Polish.
Czekaj. Po co on tak napisał?
Na to, co przedstawiłem sytuację.
We don't forget who made us famous here.
Nie mamy generacji na... Dobra, gotowi.
Gotowi? So there goes the countdown for the first game here. 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Pojechał.
And they went on. Great minds think, right? And whoa, Simon! No, Mleczak. Please accept my apologies. Mleczak just bamboozled me because I was pretty much convinced that they are going for a Simon Tetris with that similar stacking, but Michu got a Tetris, Mleczak got only a triple, which now puts him in not too good. Sadly, Kingsman is not home today. Mleczak is now forced to clean up. Michu with 48. Okay, whoa! Simon Tetris for Michu and Mleczak here. Both with feels nice, but that early triple for Mleczak maybe Raytunan are a bit problematic here because Mleczak is now losing by not one, but two and a half. Okay, two Tetrises. The situation can change pretty quickly, you know. Mleczak with 86, Michu with 97. Okay. Whoop, that is for Michu. Whoop, that is for Mleczak. Michu still keeps one. Yes, but there goes some attacking actions. Mleczak in the meantime decides in this moment he doesn't want to give attack here and goes for some more standard moves and optional burning. Whoop, that is for Michu. Whoop, that is for Mleczak. Mleczak with 135, Michu with 167 here. Going for nice. Looks okay. Looks like Mleczak this time gives attack about the situation, but misdrops the line, misdrops the long bar, and they will be forced to do some additional burning to keep the things in shape. Michu with 213, Mleczak losing by 3 Tetrises in this very moment. Whoop, that is for Mleczak. Slowly regains Mleczak. For a moment, Mleczak just, when heard the situation, he just asked, "Nah, already? Well, that is for you. We know that things may change like in the kaleidoscope." 207 for Mleczak, 239 for Michu. 1.5 touches between them, and they are going to ooh, dawaj. It kind of sounds like it would be a Russian, but in Polish that dawaj could also fit because it's translated to come on. I think that could be maybe the most accurate. But what's this? Michu starting to getting some problems on this. Especially Mleczak is now leading. So will Michu manage to get the decision? But now Michu taps at 253. Mleczak with 303 gets the first card. Okay, both players are ready. So let's start the countdowns. 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
No prawie.
Okay, there is a first change in the players stacking here. Mleczak versus Michu. The second semi-final of Classic Tetris Poland Championship in the NTSC version for 2021. The winner of this tournament will earn a free spot in the CTWC qualifications. Mleczak with 23,000 points, Michu with 25, 26. And wow, a simul Tetris from Michu and Mleczak. Whoop, that is for Mleczak. Whoop, that is for Michu. Michu is 72. Mleczak is 72. We have a same score, and okay, Michu broke that by a line, but looks like no player decides to pad the single. We may end where there are the odds that we may end up with a draw. But let's see what is going to happen. Whoop, there is for Mleczak. Mleczak with 101. Whoop, Michu with 120. So now a little bit more than one, a little bit less than one Tetris is between them. Whoop, there is for Mleczak. Mleczak is ready, Michu is ready, but where are those lines? Where are those sweet, sweet long bars for them? Michu decides to do some scheming and now put himself in a not so nice option here. Mleczak with 130. Michu with 127 and Michu is still cleaning. In the time, Mleczak also get a little bit of a dirty situation. He has a dirty setup, he needs to clean it up though. Goes for it, he risks everything here. He's almost clean. Okay, he is clean and takes the triple and he is now safe. Now and waiting for a Tetris. Michu with 139. Mleczak in the time blocks his head. Whoop, Tetris from Michu. Michu takes the lead with 161. One Tetris between them. Mleczak in the meantime doing some more preparations here. Whoop, there is for Michu. Whoop, that is for Mleczak. Mleczak with 179. Whoop, that is for Michu. Michu is leading now by 2 Tetrises. And Michu is ready. Whoa! A simul Tetris for both players. Mleczak with 202, Michu with 233. The distance stays the same. But I think synchronized Tetrising is always nice for the viewer. Michu, both players passed the halfways here. Whoop, that is for Michu. Mleczak with 207. Michu is currently leading by almost 4 Tetrises. Now almost 5, now almost 4 again, and now almost 3 with a quick action, with a couple of quick Tetrises just by Mleczak. Mleczak goes with a very interesting adjustment. We are slowly approaching 100 lines. Mleczak with 253, losing by 3.5 Tetris here. Whoop, that is for Mleczak. Michu is ready. Mleczak is... Okay, Mleczak clan is clean and there's a line. Whoop! Tetris for Mleczak. Mleczak 309, Michu 357. 2.5 Tetris between them. Michu calm and collected. Mleczak occasionally smiling into the face of a danger. 332 to Mleczak. It's still about 20 lines to transition. Michu with a nice spin gets another Tetris. 405 for Michu. Whoop, that is for Mleczak. Mleczak with 354. And number... No, still less and less lines here. Michu 405, Mleczak 377. Mleczak now will be ending up with a double and needs to do some cleanups. Michu in the meantime with a very nice spin tack. Michu with 2.5 Tetris between them. Mleczak 381 and 5 lines to transition. Michu 8 lines to transition and looks like Michu may be pretty much more than ready. This time he didn't decide to go for attacks. Now he goes for a spin tack. 441 and he's okay. Whoop! Transition Tetris for Michu. Michu with 466, Mleczak with 389, and welcome to the level 19. And what's this? Michu with 467, while Mleczak tapped out at 389. Michu gets the heart. And we are now getting ready for the game number 3. Oh, come on, Mleczak, you survived those easily on keyboard. Guess! Guess. Okej, gotowi? Okay, players are ready, so it's time for game number 3. 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, this time we have a very quick change of approaches of the players. We will see which strategy will turn out to be profitable. The best of 5 is turned out into best of 3. Meczek with 11,000 points, Michu with 5,000 points. There is no... Okay, and whoop! But simul Tetris for both players here. Michu with 28, Mleczak with 36. But Michu gets Tetris, Mleczak gets Tetris. 52 against 59. Okay, Mleczak is ready. Michu now builds himself. Okay, whoop! Tetris for Mleczak. Mleczak with 82. Michu with 76. Whoop! Tetris for Mleczak. Whoop! Tetris for Michu. Almost in the same time. Michu is still going for it. Whoop! Tetris for Mleczak, but now Michu needs a little bit more to clean things up. Michu with 102, Mleczak with 1 and 29. Okay, both players are ready, but and there goes the lines. Woo! A simul Tetris for both players. Sadly, the distance between them stays the same. You may, if you are that interested in Mleczak, if soon his profile will show up on there his Twitch channel will be shown, and that's your opportunity. Michu with 175, Mleczak with 224, 2 Tetrises. Between them, both players are well ready, but this time. Okay, Michu gets Tetris, Mleczak gets Tetris, 1 Tetris between them. Okay, almost a simul Tetris again. Oh. Again, there's an exchange. Mleczak is currently winning by 1.5 Tetris. Swift. Because Swift. Exchange of Tetrises. 1 Tetris between them. And both players passed the halfway. There are already couple of level 19 vibes here, but let's not do a dirty foreshadowing. Whoop, there is for Mleczak. Whoop, there is for Michu. 6,000 between them. As far as I know, there are no Grandmaster ranks in case of a classic Tetris. There are plans to introduce something like this, but that would require many people getting together and managing to make something. Okay. Whoop, there is for Mleczak. Mleczak with 4 and 12. Michu with 384. 1.5 Tetris between them. Whoop, there is for Michu. Whoop, there is for Mleczak. Michu with 411, Mleczak with 438. Whoop, there is for Michu. This time Mleczak will not make a Tetris. Here he is forced to take only a triple here. Mleczak with 444, Michu with 435. But whoop, there is for Mleczak. Whoop, there is for Michu. Mleczak is still leading. We are past the we passed the 100 lines. But Michu with 461, Mleczak still leading by 10,000 points. Whoop, that is for Mleczak. Michu with 466, Mleczak leading by 1.5. Both players slowly building the situation on their fields because they know the transition is slowly but surely approaching. Whoop, there is for Michu. Mleczak, but there is a line. Whoop, there is for Mleczak. 6 lines to 6 lines to transition. Michu takes a double. Mleczak takes a double. Michu also takes it again. Mleczak is leading by a 1 Tetris, and now looks like Michu wasn't initially aiming for the transition Tetris, and he is now on level 19, so there is no jokes now. Tetris or bust. 503 for Michu, 538 for Mleczak. Both players are past the transition. We are now on level 20. Michu with 555 currently leading, but Mleczak is a little bit behind. And Michu, whoop, that is for Michu. Michu with 580, increasing the lead. Mleczak is still cleaning up on his setup. He's still on level 21, one line to level 21. That takes the triple, but now it's Mleczak who needs to go a little bit further. Michu increases it, he's currently at 6 and 10. Mleczak is 562, Michu misdrops, has a misdrops, so he needs to do some cleanup. In that time, Mleczak may need to amp up his aggression for here. I know we still have 70 lines to go, but with Michu getting so in that tempo, things may very much become interesting. Michu cleaned himself and looks like he is trying to figure out the good pieces for another Tetris. Again, a bit of a cleanup. Mleczak is 2 Tetrises behind. Looks like a wrong piece on the Michu's field. Mleczak still fighting survival. Michu on level 24 with 634. Michu is clean but not ready yet. Mleczak is still digging through, having a very crazy Indiana Jones, but looks like this time the boulder got it first. Mleczak that's like 588. Michu with 638 gets a second card.
Andrzej!
In a moment, game number 4. Let's stack in go. More players are ready. It's time for the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Okay. Already we have a small change in the approaches. Mleczak with first Tetris in this round goes to Michu. Mleczak is 3,000 points. Still in a little bit of a preparation here. Okay, Mleczak with 10,000 points, and whoop! That is for Mleczak. Now Michu is 3,000 points behind. pressure is getting higher. Mleczak knows that if he loses here, he at the best moment he will have a chance to get a third place. In case of Michu, it may be a little bit of a honor thing, because he already has two tournaments, two Poland championships, which he ended at the third place, and he definitely wants to at least increase that score. 105 for Michu, 52 for Mleczak, 55 for Mleczak. Whoop! That is for Mleczak. Whoop! That is for Michu. Whoop! That is for Mleczak. Whoop! That is for Michu. A quick exchange of the 3 sets. The difference between them stays the same. 3 3 sets between them. Michu with 150, Mleczak with 99. Whoop! That is for Michu. Mleczak wasn't ready here yet. Now Mleczak needs to do some cleanups. Michu with 118, Mleczak with 108. 4 Tetrises between them. Whoops! Yeah, something with a buffering stuff that the games are still going strong. Mleczak with 134. Michu 3 Tetrises further away. Mleczak. Whoop! That is from Mleczak. Whoop! That is from Mleczak again. Mleczak getting closer. Now only 1 Tetris is between them. No, this is not an in-person event. This event is filmed in the is streamed live in the Quest Pub in Kraków, not inside any of the players. Just to make things clear. Mleczak with 191, losing by 1.5 Tetris. But he's slowly prepared. Never gets a couple of lines. Yes, this is Ness. Michu with a Tetris session, but it was more regarding the situation on the field, not about the question. Michu with 242, Mleczak with 227, losing by 1. Okay, Mleczak is clean. Gets a couple of more. Whoop! That is for Mleczak. Mleczak, after a long chase, takes the lead. Michu with 248, Mleczak with 253. Michu with 255. Mleczak needs drops the T with 275. Looks like that maybe some problems Michu needs. Michu is safe. It's Mleczak who needs to clean. Whoop! There is for Mleczak. Mleczak with 302. Michu with 261. Whoop! There is for Mleczak. 325 for Mleczak. Currently leading by 3. Mleczak is now 355 and 2 lines to the transition, and Mleczak enters the transition with 357. Michu still has 10 lines to transition. So there is still a chance. Whoop! There is for Mleczak. Whoop! There is for Michu. Mleczak gets a little bit of problems here. Mleczak is 384, Michu is 338. Michu is currently on a... Michu transitioning 344. Mleczek has some present top side 385, but Michu is still not safe. Michu has 369. He needs 14 more thousand points. Here it's doable, but Michu will go for the safe way or take some risks. 8,000 points left. 7. 378 for Michu. Magic is 385, okay. 384. 381. Okay. Michu is the first finalist. Okay. One moment. We will be back in about 5 minutes, and we will start with a third place match. Okay, we are back, and looks like it's time for the final confrontations, and we will kick off with the small final, otherwise known as the third place match. There we will see Mleczak and Ćwiekosław. My Mississippi, calling home in memory. Dajcie znać, kiedy będziecie gotowi. No tak. Okay, both players are ready. So let's start the countdown. 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, so there's a third place match. Whoop, that is for Ćwiekoszczak. Leczak already has one that is on his account. And there goes the second. Whoop, that is from Leczak. Ćwiekoszczak is 30,000 points, Leczak is 45, currently leading. And then Ćwiek needs to put a little bit more action here. Leczak needs to drop Senel, Ray, but he should be able to do well in this situation. Leczak with 30,000 points, leading by 1. Ćwiekoszczak with 59. Leczak is ready. There's the line. Whoop! That is from Leczak. Whoop! That is for Ćwiekoszczak. Ćwiek with 85. Leczak still leading by 1. Whoop! That is for Leczak. Whoop! That is for Ćwiek. Whoop! is for Mleczak. Whoop, that is for Ćwiek. Ćwiek with 133, Mleczak with 151. For now, players may do some minor occasional mistakes, but they don't have a huge impact on their play. Scores are similar. There are no craziness here yet, no Tetris chaos. Mleczak in the meantime ends up with a double dependency. Whoop! That is from Mleczak. He's still alive. Hello, Krominek. In that time, Ćwiek slowly tries to do some additional cleanups here. Mleczak possibly do some misdrop, but we'll see how that will unfold before. Mleczak looks like he cannot quite decide if he wants a column 2 or another column. And now Mleczak is still leading by 2.5 Tetris. Ćwiek with 199. Ćwiekosław with also past 200, but Mleczak has a little bit more comfortable situation here. Ćwiek with 204, Mleczak with 245. Whoop! That is for Mleczak. Ćwiek is triple ready. In that time, Mleczak gets some misdrops on his field, so things may turn out to be pretty difficult here. Mleczak with 270, Ćwiek with 214. Ćwiek with 218, Mleczak leading by 3. And Mleczak is the first who reached the 100 lines in this game. Ćwiek is still cleaning, but he's 3 Tetrises behind. And Mleczak is ready to score. Whoop! That is for Mleczak. Whoop! That is for Mleczak again. Ćwiek with 231, Mleczak with 333. Mleczak attacks the line, Ćwiek with 254, 15 lines to transition, Mleczak with 119 still maintaining the lead. The pressure is getting stronger, but whoop, that is for Ćwiek getting a little bit closer to the to Mleczak, but there are still 3 Tetrises more between them, and it's up to how well Ćwiek will do on the level 19, because now there's even less time to think about the next move. Ćwiek is clean, waiting for a transition, hoping for a transition Tetris. There is a line, whoop! Tetris for Ćwiek. Ćwiek with 336, losing by 2 Tetrises, Mleczak with 382. Ćwiek with situation still getting a little bit closer here. But look at Ćwiek misdrops NL. And looks like that will be it for Ćwiek. Ćwiek taps out at 339. Mleczak with 386 gets the first heart. A small break before game number 2. Gotowi? Three, two, one, Tetris. So there goes game number 2 of the third place match of Classic Tetris Poland Championship. Oops, sorry. Mleczak with already one line, Ćwiek with already one Tetris. Whoop, there is for Ćwiek. Whoop, there is for Mleczak. Ćwiek this time with a triple and needs to build his stack on you in the time. Mleczak has a very interesting situation on his stacks. There is some scheme, a little bit of scheming, a little bit of testing grounds. Whoop, there is for Mleczak. Whoop, there is for Ćwiek. Ćwiek is leading by one Tetris. And Mleczak actually doesn't have an option to score. Okay, now he's ready. He needs the line. He gets the line. Whoop, Tetris for Mleczak. There goes another line, but Ćwiek is leading by roughly 2,000 points now. So things are not enough. Okay, Mleczak with 100, Ćwiek with 107. And looks like Mleczak has some problems on his stack. He may need to club, but he survives. In the time, Ćwiek enters in the similar situation here. And will he go for it? Ćwiek still alive, still keeps it up, but the numbers of not getting him high, and Sun taps out at 1 and 12. Mleczak with 139 gets a second heart. A short man for me. Three, two, one, Tetris. Okay, Mleczak with 20,000 points, Ćwiek with 24. Okay, measure is... Whoop, there is for Ćwiek. Ćwiek with 73. Mleczak with 92. Whoa! A simul Tetris for both players. Mleczak with a line tag. Whoop! Tetris for Mleczak. Mleczak is leading by 2 Tetrises. Ćwiek with 104. Two Tetrises for Mleczak. Mleczak with whoop, that is for Mleczak. Mleczak with 191, Ćwiek with 1 and 31. Sorry, I am resting a little bit during this match, but don't worry, we will be. We'll be soon with a better, with more action because the final is coming. Ćwiek with 156, Mleczak leading by 4 Tetrises here. Currently cleaning. Ćwiek in the meantime gets into some problems here and Mitros the line! Mitros the second line! Tries to pass action. No! Ćwiek taps out at 157. Mleczak with 262 gets the third card. And well... Oops. Gets the third place. But now it's time for the final. A small moment for the photographs.
Jakby stanęli po bokach, to by nie łapał.
No tak. Okay, so both our players are ready. So it's time for the final. Round 1. 3, 2, 1. Tetris! Okay, so Michu versus FP. Last match, the grand final of Classic Tetris Poland Championship in NTSC version for year 2021. Michu versus Furious Programming. For now, the situation looks a little bit calm without any other chaos, without any higher problems on those players' situation. Whoa! Simul Tetris for both players here, but it's Furious who gets an early lead in the form of one more additional Tetris. But whoop! Tetris for Michu. Michu gets a little bit closer, but this time it's FP who has a little bit more option here. FP is currently leading by 1 with 99,000 points. Michu with 74. Whoop, that is for FP. Michu needs to do some cleanups, but gets the line in a good spot. Whoop, that is from Michu. Michu with 101. FP still leading by 1 Tetris. 121 for FP now. A little bit more cleanup to maybe 2 additional burns on his side. But he's still here. Wow, another Simul Tetris by those competitors. 124, 125 for Michu, 148 for FP. Still distance between is about 2 Tetrises. Whoop, that is for FP. Michu needed some cleanups, but now gets another. It's Michu with 150, FP with 193. The situation looks pretty calm. No player had any bigger problems. But what's this? Michu misdrops the J. So there will go some burning. FP is rather low on his stack, so he doesn't have too much problems here. Michu with 178. FP still leading by 2.5 Tetris. Whoop, that is for Michu. Michu is 203 right now, but FP still is leading. 57 for FP, 59 lines for Michu. We are slowly approaching the halfway, and Furious Programming is still leading by 1. Michu is slowly cleaning, but that playfield is not ready to anymore to more tennis. But looks like Michu will be going for a dirty one. But the question is, will the line appear? One additional burn. That's the long matter. Whoop! A dirty Tetris by Michu, followed by a couple more Tetrises by Furious Programming. So, despite Michu's best efforts, it's Furious who is still leading currently by 3 in this very moment. Tetrises. Michu is 235 still trying to increase. Whoop! That is for Michu, 258. We passed the halfway, so looks like we slowly may be able to approach level 9 here. FP 324, Michu with 258. 4 Tetrises difference between those. No, I am not drunk. Michu with 263. His stack is ready. There is a line. Whoop! That is for Michu. FP in the meantime prepares some trouble. He gets another Tetris, but the distance between them had been shrunk into just 2 Tetrises here. Whoop! That is from Michu. Michu with some adjustments. We are getting closely to 100 lines here. Michu with 333, FP with 375. Still 2 Tetrises between them. Michu. But whoop, that is for FP. FP 398, and looks like FP is ready, waiting for another long bar. Michu had to do some additional burns, but he's ready. Gets a Tetris. So 318 for Michu, but 421 for FP. So there is a tempo, and we are just 30 lines. to the transition. We a small simul Tetris headshake for both players. This time looks like RNG doesn't have mercy for both of them. 406 for Michu, 448 for FP. FP with an interesting T-tag. Still keeping things in check. FP leading by 2 without any. But whoop, that is for Michu. Whoop, that is for Furious. Furious with 474, Michu with 432. Distance between them is still the same. Any moment one Tetrises, another gets a line as well. Whoop, that is for FP. FP is now 5 lines to transition. Michu is 2 lines to transition with 478, and still between them is 1 Tetris. Looks like both players will be aiming for a transition Tetris here. Even if FP decides to go more collected. Michu is ready on level 19. Whoop, that is for Michu, and Michu takes the lead. FP with 506, but whoop, that is for FP. FP with 530 right now. Michu with 511. 1 Tetris between them, but FP is ready. Whoop, Tetris for FP. FP increases the distance between him and his opponent here. FP 5. FP had plenty of 5s on his scoreboard, but now the pressure is on Michu. Michu with 522, FP 563, about 1.5 Tetris lead for Furious Programming. Furious with 567. Michu is still clean up, waiting for a line. Where is the line? Now Michu blocked himself, gets a long bar, but he was unable to pat it. Michu does at 523. FP with 572. Gets the first card. Okay, be ready for the second game. Gotowi? 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, so game 2 of that grand final had begun. Whoop, that is for Michu. Furious with a couple of interesting rotations on his stack, but he is now ready. But he just needs a line. Michu in with 1 Tetris and a very flattish stack. Whoop, that is for Michu. FP with 28, Michu with 46. FP is triple ready, but burns the line, get into readiness. Whoop, that is for Michu. Whoop, that is for Furious. Furious with 52, Michu with 70,000 points. Whoop, that is for Michu again. Whoop, counter, that is for Furious. The distance between still stays at the 1 Tetris, but we are just only 20 lines into the competition, and things may turn out to be very, very crazy here yet. Whoop, that is for Michu. Whoop, that is for Furious Programming. Still 1 Tetris between them. Whoop, that is for Michu. Whoop, that is for Furious. 19,000 points, less than 1 Tetris here. People are getting with some conspiracy theories that FP is just Michu's doppelganger wearing glasses and a hat, but we are sure. We may ask a little bit later maybe. For now, let's focus on the play. And in the play, we know that Furious Programming is currently leading by 1 heart and losing by 2 Tetrises with a fresh addition of on the Michu's field. and we've done. The scores are crazy, and we are not yet in the halfway. Whoop! That is for Furious. Furious preparing. I think Michu is ready. Furious is ready, waiting for those long bars, and whoop! That is for Furious. A T-tack by Furious. Michu is okay. Michu is ready. Does some more preparation here. Additionally, there is a handshake, but the RNG decided to help in this very particular moment. Michu is leading by 1 Tetris now with 260,000 points. FP has 242, and well, we are still not yet in the halfway, so those scores may be very crazy. Whoop! That is for FP. Michu with 313, FP with 291. Okay, Michu with 355, FP with 313. FP ready on the column 9, Michu on the standard column. There's still a little bit more preparation here. FP is, think Michu is clean, but with the line dependency, looks like he will add at least a couple more lines to the burning field. Michu is in a small pinch. Okay, Michu is clean, waiting for readiness. Waiting for that longer turn. There it is. Whoop! That is for Michu. In the time, Furious is now waiting for a good set of pieces here. Thanks 6-4 for your right. Michu with 400. FP currently losing by 2.5 Tetris. We passed 100 lines. Yeah, whoop! but that whoop was without an option here. FP is clean and ready. Whoop! That is for FP. FP 381. Michu with 406. We are getting closer to the transition. Whoop! That is for FP. FP getting a very successful chase down with currently only 1 Tetris behind. And well, the transition is slowly coming. Michu is 10 lines to transition. FP is also 10 lines to transition with a Tetris. And FP is now leading. Whoop! That is for FP. FP 453. Michu with 426. FP 455 is ready. Whoop! Transition Tetris for FP and FP with 479. Michu transition 433. And we are on the level 19. Whoop! That is for FP. Michu with a triple. FP also okay. Well, FP may look rather safe now, because Michu is still about 2.5 Tetris behind, and for Michu to be able to catch that, he may be needed to, get some creativity, amp up a little bit of those aggression. Yes, this is the first ever Classic Tetris NTSC tournament in Poland, and it's a finals of that tournament. Michu with 507, FP with 5 and 46. Whoop! That is from Michu. Michu getting closer, and he's already on level 22. Could it be Michu chasing FP even further? Michu with a triple. The distance between has shrunk to 10,000 points. And the situation is getting even crazier now. now FP will have to dig a little bit through his stack. The situation doesn't look so nice for him, but he is pulling through. Michu on level 23, getting closer, but FP is still fighting for his survival. Mishops as tries to pass something, but taps out at 564. In there Michu has 582. And gets a heart.
No nie do zera, no nieźle, dziękuję, nie do zera. Mogę sobie potem pograć?
Michu asked for an option to Ben Malen. Okay, his opponent agreed, so there is no problem. Michu on level 26 looks like Michu wants to at least show to many people who aren't too much aware with the classic Tetris what is a kill screen. So let's see if we will see that one. It's kind of like a victory rap, and there are in the quest map there are people who doesn't know too much of the classic Tetris scene, so that may be a kind of a valuable lesson. To 18, to 19, to 20, 10 lines left. Five lines left. 4, 3. Okay, there it is.
To jeszcze raz. Jeszcze raz kilki, no.
Teraz jeszcze raz. Teraz podwójne.
Jest 1-1.
Gotowi? Three, two, one, Tetris! So there goes a game 3. Best of 5 has been now turned with a best of 3. Well, and things may look very interesting because there are still very huge chances for a decider. Michu with 3000 points, FP4. Whoop! First Tetris in this game went to Michu. FP in the meantime is still preparing his stack. Whoop! That is for Michu. Whoop! That is for FP. One Tetris lead for Michu. And those stacks look rather pretty much scoreable. Whoop! That is for Michu again. FP with 364. Some preparation going on. Whoop! That is for FP. Whoop! That is for Michu. Michu currently leading by 2, but FP is ready. Small Z misdrop, but it looks like it will only hurt in form of 2 or 3 burn down lines. Michu in daytime. Whoop! Gets Tetris. 121 for Michu. Currently doubling the score, leading by 3 Tetrises here. Whoop! Tetris for Michu. Michu is definitely on the zone in this moment. that is for FP. Michu with 146, with 148. 3 Tetrises lead. Michu with... whoa! A simul Tetris for both players. Followed by another whoop Tetris for Michu. Michu with 195, FP with 116. Whoop Tetris for FP. 3 Tetrises between them. So Michu may look a little bit more comfortable in this situation. But whoop that is for FP, whoop that is for Michu. A quick exchange of the Tetris blows. What is going to happen? We are slowly getting closer to the halfway of this game. Let's remember 130 lines is the moment we will end up. But Michu misdrops NS. As that, so now FP has a chance to catch, and FP does that flawlessly. Currently FP is leading by couple hundred of points, but elite is elite. Whoop, that is for FP. Both players passed the halfway. Michu with 242, FP with 255. Whoop, whoop. This is sound of the Tetris. FP with 278, Michu with 264. Distance between them still stays at the half of a Tetris. So we may say that this is pretty much neck and neck, also known as the in our country as the web. But now FP has needs to do some additional cleanups. Had some peculiar situation to solve. But he does play. We see he's even dirty triple ready, and he decides to take that. Michu with 317, FP with 292. Whoop, that is for Michu. And whoop, that is for FP. Currently FP is losing by 2.5 Tetris. Michu with 363 still going for it. Whoop, that is for FP. FP getting a little bit closer. We are reaching the 1000 lines. Michu is leading by 2. So one problem. 100 lines. Even myself too hype to sometimes even commentate correctly. FP 365 losing by 1 Tetris. But the transition is getting closer. 30 for both our competitors, for both our finalists, there is still 30 lines, and then things will start getting faster and faster. But as you probably know, both players can play on level 19. Michu just show that run into. Michu just showed that skills by Ben Malenik into a kill screen. FP is the second ever Polish max outer. So both players know how to play there. The question is more likely how well they will play in that situation. Whoop, that is for FP. FP getting a little bit closer, using the opportunity that Michu is slowly cleaning up. FP is now one line to transition. Michu is okay. FP transition is 450. Whoop, Michu transition is 494. That means 2 Tetrises between them. And we will see. Will we see a double kill screen match game? We don't know. In the FP makes a mistake, drops the line in the wrong spot. But that was a very nice save by FP. FP still is in game, losing by 2 Tetrises. Michu in the zone, 503. Some smaller burns going on the way. Nice roof dealing the internet says. FP 467 still losing by 1.5 Tetris. And whoop, that is for Michu. Michu decides to increase the difference. FP needs to take more. This is whoop, that is for FP. Michu with 538, FP 498. And whoop, that is for FP. FP getting even closer. He's on level 22, but still 1 Tetris. Michu is ready though. But where is the long bar? Where is the long bar? Unfortunately, that means only a triple for Michu, which gives FP another opportunity. But now FP is also cleaning up, which gives Michu a little bit of a moment to breath. FP 534 losing by one. Michu in the meantime getting a little more chaotic on his stack. Fights his well to a fire and brimstone and drafts and water and the horde of Smash Boys going around the corner. But looks like that, despite that Valiant fight was not enough, and now we are Michu that's at 562 and FP is chasing. FP 554 still needs about 10,000 points to go. So he may go a safe option. He may go with a little bit of more craziness. 62, 612, and that's it. FP finished programming, gets a second heart. So it's time for game number 4. Some people are asking, will we see a decider? Well, it's up to what is going to happen in the next game. One player definitely wants a decider, the other player definitely wants not. But we will see. How well it will go. 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, so there goes the game number 4 here. Michu versus FP. For now, Whoop, that is for FP. Michu with already with one Tetris as well. Whoop, that is for Michu. Whoop, that is for FP. They are very close to each other. We may say about the next exclusive competition. Whoop, that is for Michu. Whoop, that is for FP. Whoop, that is for Michu again. Currently, Michu is leading by one Tetris, but whoop, FP quickly gets the distance back. Now Michu is leading by one single. Adding another one single to the collection, and will FP cross this? Yeah, there is. Whoa, a simul Tetris for both players. So the distance stays the same. Michu is still leading by two singles, but in the time FP is killing Michu, but FP is in a way better situation in this game for a moment. FP with 121, doing some clearance, Michu also, but on the bottom of the playfield it's FP, who as soon as unlocks himself will be Tetris ready. FP with 127, Michu with 128. Still going for it. Whoop, that is for FP. FP with 152, Michu with 133. Whoop, that is for FP. Michu in the meantime is still cleaning. which may look a little bit difficult for them, but what is going to happen? We are slowly approaching the halfway. Both players are at 50 lines for now. And there is still a little bit time to go. Whoop, that is for FP. FP is 202. Michu is losing country by 3 Tetrises, so the pressure is on. Michu already knows that he will end up with way better than the 3rd place, but the question is, will he get enough composure to become the Polish champion, or maybe FP will break the 2nd place curse for first time in his classic Tetris competitive scene career. No Twig Bacon is currently a little bit too early to that kind of hydration. Michu with 150, both players past the halfway. Michu with 159, FP with 275, leading by 5 Tetrises, so that may look like a huge score, but with a couple of good setups, that distance may be quickly turned into void. Michu with 167, FP 282, whoop, that is for FP with 305, Michu with 170, still fighting bravely, whoop, that is for Michu. Michu with 193, FP 306, and Michu is ready, but whoop, that is for FP with 330, Michu with 195, getting a little bit more preparation here, and we are getting closer to 100 now. Whoop, that is for FP, FP 354, currently leading by freaking 8 Tetrises, and that may not, that inferior may put him in a good spot, but as long as Michu will get a couple of long bars, things may change pretty freaking quickly. Michu with 231, FP with 381, still the distance stays at 8 Tetrises, so pressure is on. Michu needs to go maybe even perfect for at least couple, maybe even couple tens of lines to make it to the decider. Michu with 257, but Furious currently with 4 and 30, and still only 14 lines to the transition. But FP needs drops and a J, that may be a chance for Michu, but Michu needs to use every chance he will get, while FP quickly fixed the situation. 5 lines to transition on FP side, Michu with 8 lines to transition. Whoop, that is for Michu with 330, so the distance had been dragged down from 8 Tetrises to just 6, just 5. So, and there is a transition. Michu keeping it low, hoping FP taking risks, but now doing some fixes on his stack. 473 or FP. He knows that it's Michu who needs to chase. Michu misdrops the double S, and now the clean situation gets pretty difficult right now. 363 FP is in, but Michu is fighting for his life in this situation. Not literally, of course, in terms of Tetris, because, well, in Krakow in case we are safe, we have plenty of machetes. Michu is still fighting 391, but Michu drops the game, taps out with 371. Serious programming with 520. And you earns the 3rd heart and becomes the new classic. Whoops. and becomes a new Classic Tetris Poland champion and earns a free spot in the Classic Tetris World Championship qualifiers. Don't worry, let us stay here for a moment, because I think we have to talk. Here's the leader of Kontrabanda.eu giving a small cup for FP. Dobra, jeszcze. But it may be not. For a moment, there is still something to be done. Well, the first tournament, opening of the road to CTWC has ended. There are at least couple of you know, congratulations going on, but we may be sure that some people want to know the current Poland champion in the NTSC Tetris a little bit more. So, first question, English or Polish? Okay, so we need a translator here. Well, that shows that how, despite that we are all together in the scene, Michu, who just got wrecked by FP, will help FP with the providing translation for the whole world to see. So, first I think classic. First, of course, congratulations. Yes, first question: How was it on this? How was it on this tournament? This tournament was pretty crazy. Not only in case of competition, but also in case of many weird things which happened. So, what was maybe the craziest thing what happened here? And we the organizers did a good job containing that chaos.
Chyba cały ten chaos.
So all the chaos.
One moment.
Dosyć sporo problemów. Wszystko udało się rozwiązać.
There were plenty of problems, but it was solved without further ado.
No mamy napisy.
No nie.
O,
Już po?
Już?
no.
Chwilę to się zobaczy.
Then next question. We know that this is the first NTSC live event in Poland, and there were some players who were expected to be, but didn't appear. Was there someone who, for example, got noticed by you during the events, and sadly you hope that you would clash with him on an event like this?
Ja wiem. Na pewno brakowało Kojtka przede wszystkim.
No, Koitek was missed.
I Rafała.
And Rafał.
Szkoda, że nie było Rafała.
Yeah, shame Rafał did not appear.
Ale było i tak bardzo przyjemnie. Grało się świetnie, atmosfera była super.
Anyway, the atmosphere was awesome, and it was great to play the game of Tetris again.
Ale pierwszy raz na konsolach. NTSC, więc to było coś nowego dla mnie.
First time on the console, but so kind of brand new experience for me.
Wyniki dzięki temu nie były rewelacyjne,
The scores were not as high as anticipated,
ale i tak dałem z siebie ile mogłem, żeby
still made my best.
Well, we may now say that with a great victory now comes great responsibility, because at least tens, if not hundreds, people watching Classic Tetris Channel will be kind of expecting you to take part in the Classic Tetris World Championship.
Jarek, mów zdecydowanie głośniej.
niestety nie mogę poobiecać, ale zobaczymy. Wszystko się okaże.
Can't promise, but we'll see. We're gonna find out soon.
Yeah, we already know that the Polish community in any which case will definitely help out with a setup.
Nic tylko grać.
Yeah.
No zobaczymy.
Wait, why-
Czas pokaże.
Okay, why are we together, Michu?
Why are we?
Finally, not the third place.
Well, yeah, I got so used to third place in all scores and statistics. Actually, there is so much competition rising that even keeping the third place is an achievement. So I just came here to qualify. But no, seriously, like I expected maybe 2 or more players to appear, and was thinking I may place somewhere between 5, 6. Semi-final would be awesome. So this final is definitely above like par for me. Yeah. So yeah,
I agree.
still fighting and a lot of experience. So experience also matters in tournaments like this, because during the first tournament I remember I was all trembling and stressed. Now there is no stress during the game anymore. Yeah. So this is also a feature. When a new player appears and he's a favorite, it does not always mean he's gonna handle well the atmosphere, because it's not the same as sitting in a basement and playing alone, yeah, or listening to your favorite music. You can hear the screams, you can hear the commentator, you can see the tension rising when the opponent next to you transitions. So yeah, so lots of great emotions.
Then still, that was the crazy two weeks. Crazy 2 days. First, especially the qualification day, which was full of unexpected sequels, unexpected events. We may call it that.
Well, I guess we got used to technical issues, whether it's from players' side or organizers' side. It's something I got used to, but at the same time, the community is so wonderful that everyone is forgiving, even if they're like assholes, but they are our assholes, yeah?
Still, from now, for now officially, there is one CRP that got fired during the Classic Tetris qualifications. I think that may be considered quite an achievement. Well, speaking of achievements, I think the third place should also appear here.
Oh, trophy.
Come here.
This is the third place prize.
Yes, yes. That TV is still smelling like Old Spice burnt electronics. So, Mleczak, how about your opinion about the tournament?
I mean, it was really fun. It was just really fun. What can I say? It was in the first place. This was like more of the community meetup and stuff. Just the play didn't matter. Yeah, but I can also say that I expected a bit more from myself, but it happens. Just it gives me the motivation to just get better.
Yeah.
Finally buy the console. Yeah. To not be a filthy
Still,
keyboard cheater.
second tournament and second unique situation. When you debuted, you introduced to the community something called the subway grid, which
Oh my God.
I think we may even show an example how it looked like. It was a kind of a keeping the controller in the way, like you would eat a Subway sandwich. And this
Do
time,
you wanna hear a full story about this, or what?
maybe later in the interview, because this year you introduced the table strap. I see that small black table before us,
Yeah.
which during the event was in an entirely different place, and to be honest, it helped both two players during the competition.
I mean, if you're not used to to the NES brake controller, you just have to you just have to think out of your mind to to be somewhat comfortable on a new situation. So you wanna think outside the box and stuff, and I think
Think outside the box. This time, think on the table. Okay, thanks. A huge thank you to all of the top 3 of the event. Perfect moment for the camera to break.
I agree.
Dobra, dzięki wam za...
Ale zrobiła sobie jeszcze zdjęcie, tak jak rok temu. Nie.
And that means we now know a winner of Classic Tetris Poland Championship NTSC 2021. Of course, remember that the road to CTWC is going closer. And the Poland Championship is not the only qualification event we know about. In a moment, soon, basically probably in a couple of days, we will know a little bit more. We will get more details about the events. For now, let me just tell the names, which where events will happen, because I see there will be a qualifier in the Greenville, South Carolina, at 10th July, on the Southeast Game Exchange. There will be qualifier in the Columbus, Ohio, organized by Bistin Shen from World Puzzle League. There are not 1, not 2, but 5 qualifiers in Latin America, starting by Mexico qualifier, which quals has already in progress, and which finals will be at 25th July. Then Brazil qualifier at 21st, with finals at 21st August. Argentina qualifier with finals on 22nd August. Of course, Latin America with online events. Then in Europe, there will be still an Iberia qualifier at the beginning of August, Italy qualifier, Benelux qualifier, and the whole European Last Chance qualifier. Then there is also planned qualifiers in Singapore, in Australia, in Canada, but we are waiting for more details. And of course, there will be qualifiers organized by leaders of other prominent communities, like the Kingsman Invitational Tournament and the qualifier for the best players in the Classic Tetris League. A huge thanks to everyone and every single one of you for taking part in this event.
Tetris for everyone. Trzecia śrubkę nie wpada ci w oko. Trzecia śrubka. Była w ogóle trzecia śrubka, to tylko musiała. Musiała być. Chyba, że spadł.
So
Powoli może się znajdzie.
next event, next upcoming live event will be that in Greenville, South Carolina during the Southern Game Exchange. My name is Chris Forrest. Thank you. And let's find a good, nice, classic Tetris player to see how big surprise we will give him. Okay, I know who to go. And well, as I say in Polish, whoop, Tetris for you.